friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you. Oh my god, chat, I'm not together. uh, it's snowing, it's cold. I have a clingy cat. But welcome in. Thank you for the check-in, Kai. Hello, Jordan. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's a fire still going. Chat, that fire's been going for a while now. I don't know how long, but a while. Oh, water's good, chat. Water is delicious. All right, hold on, chat. Why? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Close the chat. That's just not connecting. That's totally fine. But yeah, chat, today is a cold one. We're getting hit with snow. I cleaned my car. If there's already at least between 4 and 6, I would think, inches out on my road, and it's awful and it's cold. I haven't gotten the call yet about no work tomorrow, but it's already pretty clear that I'm not going in. I'll be taking a snow day. Yay! Actually, it's called I work from home. And hopefully it'll be super slow and, you know, it won't matter. Anyways, almond milk and honey. Nice. I was going to make hot chocolate. But I didn't. Hi, Edge Runner. Edge Runner, I got past the fight yesterday. It took me like 3 tries? 2 tries? I think 3 tries. So I did pretty good. I did pretty good. Chat, my glasses are so dirty. That's because I was cooking. Chat, I'm making baked mac and cheese for dinner, so who's coming over? Actually, don't come over because it'll be too gross. I'll bring it to you guys. How about that? I'm gonna mail it to you guys. How about that? But yeah, chat. It's Sunday. It's cold. It's snowy. I just want to vibe today, but I gotta go finish Code Vein. I don't have to do anything, chat. You know that, but I should because we're so close to the end, and then I can pay for free. Me too. It's like super cold out. I went outside to clean off my car, just, you know, so it wouldn't be as bad because we're still supposed to be getting ice at some point. So I was like, Doc and I made the comment about going out and cleaning off cars and making a path, all that fun stuff. We went to go make a path, can't do it. It's too cold for the garage to open. It's fine, it's whatever, you deal with it, you know? But I went to go clean my car off and I was like, there's a lot of snow in my car. Like a good significant amount of snow. Now it's been snowing for over 12 hours. Or about 12 hours. Because it was supposed to start around 2 a.m. I think. So, yay. What is this man doing? Hold on, chat. He moved the chair because it was in the frame. I meant to turn the camera off, chat, and I forgot, so that's why it's still running. But yeah, chat. So it's cold, it's gross, let's see, they're saying about 6 inches of snow by 11 p.m. tonight. I feel like we're already at it. So maybe it's about 4. I don't know, chat. I don't know inches. I don't know metric. I don't know any of it. It's a thing. But let's see, 11 p.m. and then light snow, and then until about midnight, light snow.
Twould seem I have visitors.
What happening? D! Thank you for the read! Hi, Denial! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in! Welcome in! How are you? How are you? Chat, if you don't know Denial, you should. He's an amazing VTuber, super cozy vibes. He's my weekend hangout. I'm good! I'm good! I'm cold. It's snowing and it's cold. So if it's warmer by you, prepare to have a neighbor. But Raiders, welcome in. I am Running the Waves. I am a variety streamer. Today we are finishing Code Vein. Finally. I'm excited. It's taken me years to finish this game. But Raiders, if you have to raid and run, I totally get it. We are about self-care here. Make sure you guys are eating, drinking, stretching, doing good things for yourselves. So if you have to, you totally can. And if you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to as well. Come on over. Yeah! Sweet! It's awful. There's just so much snow on the ground. Yeah, of course. Go get some food. Go eat. I got you. But welcome in, everyone. I appreciate all of you. I hope you guys were having fun with thee. I saw the Lala. It's very cute. And this is also why I don't do mentors. Because I was watching and I was like, these would terrify me. I don't remember half these dungeons. Because fun fact, chat, I get a dungeon in the story and then I never get it again unless I like continuously do like my experts and stuff. And I sometimes don't do that. Or I'll do them and I'll know them and then I won't get it for forever. And then it's like consistently like, here's this one dungeon that you've gotten twice, that we've only given you twice. And then I'm like, I have to remember how to fight. I remember how to be a person, a summoner. I don't think so. That's okay. It's fine, chat. Chat, make sure you hydrate. I'm so dehydrated today. I'm making my advance and I'm just like, I'm gonna just chug it. But Mallow and I were snuggling. She woke me up at like her normal 6:30. We went on the couch. I lay on the couch. She's now letting me sleep in, chat, till like 7:30. By 7:30, if I don't get up to feed her, then she's like, hey mom, I love you, but you need to get up and feed me, which is fine. That's valid. I get up, I feed her, I go back on the couch, I lay there, I go up back to sleep. She crawls onto my lap and we pass out and we sleep for a couple of hours. It's like 9:30, 10 o'clock. And she's just passed out on my lap. I'm like, okay, I love this. This is cute. The only downside is our couch cushions shift. So I like slide into our couch and it's very uncomfortable very quickly. But it is what it is. She's so cute. She's just like up my butt today. She's just like, I just want all the snuggles and all the love and all the warmth. And I've made her nests of blankets. She doesn't want to stay in them. Like, unless she's with me snuggling, she doesn't want to be a part of it. Oh. But yeah, chat. And couch cushion. Yes! And then you're like, why does my back hurt? Why do my legs hurt? Or the best is my couch likes to eat me because it moves the couch cushions. So then I have to like throw my body into sitting up so I can like get off the fucking couch. Chat, I know I'm like out of shape and shit, but I can get off a couch, okay? My couch likes to prove me wrong and I'm like, no. I can get off the fucking couch. But yeah, chat. Guys, I hope you guys are all staying safe in the storm. As I asked my community to do, please check in and when it is safe and you were able to do so. So that way I know you guys are okay. I know Texas is getting hit with ice. Tennessee is getting hit with ice. Kentucky was getting hit with ice. Jersey is going to get hit with ice. We're supposed to get up to like 1/3 of an inch or something like that of ice. So we will see. I'm still, again, waiting on my call of, we're not going to work tomorrow. But I have this feeling, chat. I have this feeling that they're going to be like, oh, the roads are plowed, so come in. Even though, like, the town... So the town I work in is, like, a smaller offset of another town. That other town, the bigger town, has already called a state of emergency and said, everybody get off the fucking roads. Like, we don't want you on the roads until, you know, like, late Monday. Okay, cool. So I'm like, can the town that I work in do that too? Because I have to get through the town that doesn't want me to get into the town that I work in. Or if I have to go to work, I'm not going to work, but if I had to go to work and I got a ticket, I'd give it to my boss and be like, here, you pay it. Where did I put my phone? Oh, Chad, I left it in the kitchen. Oh, well, we can stay there. I can stay there, Chad. I'm too lazy to move. I don't want to get it. Chat, I love having 3 monitors. I didn't think I would ever like it, but I fully enjoy it. The only downside is I am trying to do something and it keeps getting stuck on my one monitor. So yesterday, chat, when we left off in Code Vein, I got to the second to last dungeon, I think. Maybe, I don't actually know. Again, new story for me finally, so I don't know exactly where I am, but I know I'm making progress, and it was a super long dungeon. I want to say it's just as bad as the Castle of Agony, but it might not be as bad. I might be over exaggerating. I think it's just because there's a lot of bosses. You can tell you're getting close to the end of the game because they're giving you a chance to like level up and grind. And I'm like, okay, I can easily do that. I've got a bunch of levels. I've maxed out both my weapons. Like, we're fine. We're fine. There's just, I get lost really easily, and it's not helping. It's not helping, Jack. I didn't get into the game, by the way. I was making mac and cheese. That's now sitting in my fridge, waiting for me to devour it tonight. Snowstorm has passed, so I'm okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Like, again, a lot of the country and Canada, we're all getting hit with a really bad snowstorm. So, you guys are kind of important to me, if you didn't realize that. So I want to make sure you guys are good. There's no mallow on my feet, right? No. Okay. Chat, I can't tell you how many times I've almost kicked this cat. She's been vibing by my feet. Like, I'm gonna hit you, cat. Alright, I'm gonna turn off my fireplace because my computer is asking me to. Alright, chat, I've given you your axe back. You guys are my good luck axe. So, you know, let's go murder some people. Murder some bosses. Save the world, you know, maybe not get eaten by monsters. Oh my goodness, chat. That's all I'm saying. Chat, if I have a snow day tomorrow, what am I gonna do? Do we just play 14 all day? Do we just play Mass Effect all day? Do I like just do a Impulse Mass Effect day and just play the living crap out of it? Off stream chat, I was crafting. I'm trying to get my collectible books. I'm only missing, I think, 2 more. So I'm sitting there making collectibles. The only downside is my inventory doesn't have enough space. So I can only make like 6, and then I gotta go sell everything, and it's such a pain. All right, chat. We need to find 1 more of the books for Kai's new husband, and then I have to find my way forward. And I think my issue is... my issue is sure I don't know how to get there. Because, like, my map's pretty... I'll say pretty open, but...
No harm in being prepared.
Whoa, 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 okay. Chat, I'm getting eaten alive. I don't think so. I think because you were lurking. I made so many friends. I'm dying, chat. I'm dying. Yakumo can't save me. I feel bad when he saves me and it doesn't actually work because then he dies.
Oh, you're up again.
Well, the good thing is my haze is like right here. Alright, we're just gonna come over here. I'm gonna just grab this. We're gonna go this way. I think I need to be this way. Cause like, I'm looking. Thanks, Jordan, I appreciate it. I did this. So, like, I went this other way the first time,
Cerberus.
but...
Silva's soldiers are gone then. Bring it any
Ow, you bitch! Okay. Ready, jump. Chat, if I by happenstance beat this game like before 7 o'clock, I think we'll go back and do. Oh, I can't collectible. We'll do a PvP in 14 because I gotta do PvP in 14. That's the plan for today. How about that? I feel bad that they're trying to eat Yakumo for breakfast, but it works in my advantage if they eat Yakumo for breakfast.
You have to take whatever you can use. So, with a perfect bait, huh?
Oh, motherfucker, I forgot about that. My buddy. Oh, I hate you!
Nice.
Thank you, Yakumo. I want you guys. Ow, 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 ow! I want you guys to know I made like a bunch of clips. So like I'm proud of myself. That means I can actually take a day and like not worry about making clips. Pop on, baby bun repeat. Oh, yeah. I'll be okay with that.
Hold on.
Oh, I hate you. Okay. Is he really baby bun if he's all... if he's almost maxed out on certain things? The answer is yes, chat. Once a baby bun, always a baby bun. Because JJ is still my baby bun. Even though he's no longer a sprout. Oh, I hate you. What is happening with my life? I hate you. What is happening? Oh my god. I'm dying because I can't fucking log on to the dude. Someone save me. Why am I... You're not rolling. You're not hitting him. This is why you're dying. Thank you. Holy Jesus.
Sorry. Teamwork was sloppy.
Yeah, that was a hot mess, dude. Like, I don't... Chad, I hear plows. Plow out spots. This is a dead end. I died for nothing. Love that for me. 50 on the crafters. He's just a crafting bun. He has no desire to fight. He just wants to craft his little heart out.
It's cramped in here. Let's hurry on.
Alright, now I have to go this way. Then this way, and then down the ladder.
Don't run too far ahead. That's a pathetic disguise. No harm in being prepared.
Chad, I don't know what happened. I was pushing the button to swing my weapon, and then I, like, did whatever that was. I mean, I'm cool with it. It killed the enemy, but, like... Okay.
Got something we can use?
That's a lot. Okay. Oh, shit. these dudes. It's dudes with the shields I can't kick butt with because they just punch me in the face. They're just violent creatures, chat. Okay.
Stand out like a sore thumb.
Okay, we fought that dude. That dude didn't do anything for him. Did he do? Oh, maybe. It was having a moment. It was just having a moment. Oh, fuck.
Feeling better?
I'm so sorry, Yakumo. I forgot. I keep bringing shame to us.
Bring it anytime.
Okay. Oh, this is the pathway that was like a dead end for me. Yeah, okay. Ew, I hate you. Okay, so if they're hanging like that, they're not dead. I've been down that way. I've killed them. I've been through it before, though. Chad, if I go this way, I can't get eaten by the vine. Yakumo can, though, apparently. Ah, I forgot about that one.
There's a guard here. Want to sneak through?
Yeah, sure, I'll sneak. Hi! But yeah, see, my path's already been here. And then there's this dude, and I've been here. Oh, it's awful. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I'm dead. Yakumo!
I guess that
Woo!
worked out. Where can we get onto that beam from? How did they even get here?
Oh, yeah, see, I've done all this because I did the beam. I fought that lady. I hate this area. This area sucks. It's super confusing. What? Hold on, chat.
Just FYI.
I don't want to go there.
The Lost are really no harm in repaired.
Okay.
Would it be safe to fall from up here?
Oh, Chad, if they're gonna give me breakable things, they gotta give me shiny things too. And they don't. And that makes me sad.
Choose your ground well.
Oh, you have a good say in it. Ow. Don't knock me down. I hate you. You knocked me down, you bitch. I don't care to fall. It doesn't cause me damage. I just hate having to go back up. Like, not getting extra steps. Oh, did you fall too? Oh, but you're up there. I can't get you from there. Never mind. Like, all these extra steps just to do this. Oh, you tried to hit me and you missed. You tried to hit me and you didn't miss. Ow, I rolled. Why am I not rolling? I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening, chat. Okay. Can't go that way. That way's got the thingy-mabobbers that eat me. That one's got one that
Mind
eats me
your step
too. Okay, I got those items. Those are fine. Yeah, I've done everything here. Okay. Back.
I lost her over there. Your healing doesn't look too good. Don't take any chances.
Oh my god! Oh, fuck, I rolled down. Oh, I have 8 health. I'm proud of myself. Now I have no health. Thank you, Yakumo. I appreciate you. Ow. Oh my god, child. Stop swinging and walk away. There you go. Okay.
Pick up something we can use?
Sounds good, Jordan. I'm excited to see it. Chad, I have to walk back up. What up, Brett? I go this way. Go back up the stairs.
Moving out.
Oh wait, not this way. Yakumo, turn around. We go this way. Ow, fuck, dude. Good. Keep him on the ground. just keep him on the ground. It's gonna come back up, but you know, I have a second to walk away. To a dead end. Love this for me. Oh, there's stairs here. Okay. Oh, why is it the dude with the fucking shield? Chad, I can't find them. They're so hard. Oh, wrong way. Go this way.
Choose our path. Just go with your gut.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Oh, 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 oh. This is bad. This isn't what I wanted to do.
Feeling better?
Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Yes.
My bad.
Chat, I think I made a wrong turn somewhere. Okay. Not dead, though. Because Chad's attacking the enemies for me. They're my good luck. Oh, wrong way. They're my good luck charm, Georgian. Oh,
Bring
right.
it anytime.
Okay. Titanium. Go this way. Go back down the stairs. Kill the dude. Downstairs. Kill the dude. Okay. Up, take the item. Chat, it's like I've done this before. Come this way. Go this way. Take the ladder.
There's a guard here. Want to sneak through?
Avoid the dude. Go down here. Go this way. Okay, that dude's done. Come across this way. Kill this dude. Uh-oh. He hurts like a truck. And I'm dead. Fuck. Well, at least I lose my mist. Haze, whatever the fuck.
You're back up, huh?
The shield guys are a pain, chat. I don't like them at all. Wrong way. This way. Okay.
Should find better ground.
Alright, that's done. And then we go this way. And then we go this way. And we go down here. Whee!
Sorry.
And
Moving
then
out.
we kill this
That's
dude.
pathetic, these guys.
I always forget. Go up the ladder, chat. You have to go up the ladder. Alright. And then we go this way.
There's a guard here. Want to sneak
We avoid this dude. Go down here. Attack this dude. Yakima, I was like, Yakima, did you bring the buddy? You shouldn't have brought the
Stand
buddy.
here like it owns the place.
Okay, kill that dude. And then there's a dude with the bayonet on this side. Oh, that's where I died. I don't want that, thank you. Okay. And we go behind, and we sneak, and we run, and we leave. Ow.
How did they get here?
Oh, shit.
Have to be careful not to fall when you dodge. Don't fall here.
Ah, don't let me fall! I don't want to fall! You're a dick! You made me fall! You son of a bitch! Oh my god! Oh my god! Chad, I just want to get to the other pistol!
okay?
I just want to touch it.
Bring it anytime.
Oh, I fell because I was stupid and I hit the wrong button. Can you hit the dude, please? Thank you. Pick up the item. Go this way, go this way, go up the ladder. Boop.
There's a guard here. Want to sneak through?
Okay, kill this dude. Okay, and then kill this dude. Okay. Then we go back this way, we take this item. Boop. Then we go this way. Oh, you awoke the dude. Oh, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'm not your problem. I'm not your problem. I didn't want to bother you, good sir. Yeah, come on, I'm leaving.
There's some lost up on that beam. Enemy right by us.
Oh, I fell. Chat, there is no harm in running to save your life. Just saying. Whew. I just want to get off the fucking pillar. That's all I want to do. Just get off the pillar. No, that's the fight to the bot. We don't do that. Don't do the fight, chat. We're not good for the fight. And then we go this way. Ow! Why am I getting ganged up? Holy shit! I can't even heal. Chat, this area sucks. Oh my god! There's gotta be a shortcut. Why am I not? What is happening? What? Chat, my game just froze. I don't want to hear it. I will figure it out on my own. No. Go back in the bedroom. I'll figure it out on my own. I also can't get my thing to chat. My thing just froze. That's what you get. Chat, my game froze. God damn it. That's such a bummer. Okay. Alright, chat, let's see what happens now.
Cerberus. Silva's soldiers are gone then. Has everyone here joined the Lost?
Okay, we go this way, we go this way, we go down. Whee! Down.
Don't run too far ahead. Stand out like a soldier. No harm in being prepared.
Okay. And then knock these down. And then we go this way. Go up the ladder. Boop.
There's a guard here. Want to sneak through?
Okay. Get there. Come this way.
It's standing there like it owns the place.
This one. Let me go. Oh, nope. Don't wake up the dude. Leave him alone. Ah, you're welcome up. Thanks, Giacomo! Alright, chat. Well, I'm just gonna sneak this way. Since I can.
Bring it any time. Would it be safe to fall from up here? Don't fall.
Oh, almost fell. Alright.
Hey,
Oh,
take them down one at a time.
boom, 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 boom! I'm on a mission! I found it! Huzzah! Yay! Oh, I didn't want to do that. Interesting. Okay. Now, the important thing is I'm trying to find this last piece.
Make sure you're good and set before we go.
So let's see if I can find this last piece. That's my doom. That is also my doom.
Bad idea. There has to be something here.
But Giacomo, now we have the Mistle. So now we can explore a little bit. And I have my haze back.
That's pathetic, no harm. Guys.
Okay.
You have to take whatever you can use. That's pathetic disguise.
Well, he found us. God damn, no. Ow! Ow! No. Ta-da!
That didn't take too much effort.
That hurt though. Alright, but now we can explore a little bit more.
Choose our path. Just go with your gut.
Oh, that's the boss. I don't want to do that yet. This is the area that I just came from. Okay. Then how do I get to the research?
Sorry. Moving out.
I came this way. This way's a dead end. So then I go this way. That's my doom. That is also my doom. And here's the mistle, and this is where we just came from. Okay, well, I don't know how to do it. Maybe I have to wait. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do it.
Bring it any time.
Okay.
This is
We meet
the real
again.
thing.
She's fast.
How's this?
Ow. Ow, she's real fast.
No harm in being prepared. Stay focused. Here it goes. Hey, you holding up?
She's dead. Oh no! 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 Oh wait, no, get lots of birds. Okay, forget. I was like, oh shit, it's not gonna be like a big fight. I don't want to do a big fight. Yeah. Dad, that was the easiest fucking fight in this game. I feel bad. I feel like I just beat up a little girl. Alright, I'll take this. Dad, I beat up a little girl. I'm so bad.
Looks like an easy fight. Maybe too easy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter why though. I still feel like I beat up a little girl.
Pick up something we can use?
Oh, that dude's down. Oh, shit. Okay.
That was a serious letdown. What's that?
Wait, what's what? Oh, up there. Oh, okay.
So it won't open.
Oh, okay, I can heal this dude. He doesn't have a shield. There we go. Like, the non-shielded dudes are way easier than the shielded dudes. Oh, okay. Right? Kai gets it.
No harm in being prepared.
That's rude. He was down and I hit him and then he was up before I could hit him. Okay. In any game, like shields are awful. Unless I have it and it's benefiting me. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Where did you come from? Rude. Also, I got a blood veil. Six, 2, 8, 5, 4, 3, 8, 9. Oh, but it's bad for it's slow. A blood veil made of armored plating and treated fabric, highly resistant to elements. That kills. Okay, I'll just keep what I've got.
Head up, eyes open. Oh, it's open?
Okay.
An elevator. Does it lead to our goal? Wow. Very good eye.
You know what's awful? I don't feel like walking back and dropping this off to the dude. Because the other missiles looks like out of the way. It says... Oh, right there.
Hey, that's...
Red mist analysis. Okay.
Oh, what's this place? The Lost are really close.
Chad, I've never seen that before. I don't like it. Oh, crud. Wow, okay. Oh, was it the wolf? Push him off, push him off, push him off, push him off, push him off! Whoa, 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 whoa!
Bring it anytime.
Oh, God. Why do they insist on putting this big giant in these... You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! I was trying to heal. Why did he have to follow me? I hate him so much. Well, since I'm here, I'm gonna go back to the other one. Ugh, I'm angry. That's frustrating.
Were we unprepared?
And then this dude was... I figured as much. I figured if I got to the other side, there would have been a missile. I'm angry.
Careful. Some of them have joined the Lost.
I wonder if I should have just run past him. If I could have.
No harm in being...
Go away, I'm busy. Oh, you fucker. I was really hoping I could just get it to go away. crap. Yakumo! Yakumo! Yakumo!
Oh, you're up again.
Chat, I lost my haze. Because I died and I got greedy.
They've lost themselves, but they're still guarding this place. Bring it anytime. There might be blood-sucking roots by the bodies. Stay sharp. You have to take whatever you can use.
I was sprinting. That's bullshit. Mother freaker! Yeah, get him with the roots, you bitch. Yeah, well, you weren't supposed to get hit with the roots, though. What is happening? Give me this. Okay.
Threat spotted. No harm in being prepared.
I still really wish that healed me. I love how this guy hit me right after I came out of the animation lock and I took damage. Like, really? I can't fight. I'm still in that animation lock. All right, let me grab my haze. That has nothing to it.
Glad we didn't lose that.
Document should be my word. These are written directives from Operation Queenslayer. When Silva was still human, he told me to follow them if something happened to him. When Silva died during the Queen's frenzy, we turned him into a revenant as quickly as we could. He awakened immediately and set out to eliminate her. To me, it seemed like he cast aside all his personal feelings toward his daughter at that moment. Do you find it strange for a human to be here? Silva unequivocally told me that I mustn't become a revenant. He said that if revenants couldn't resolve the situation, then a human point of view would be necessary. I never thought that would come to pass, though. I was expecting to live out my remaining days in peace. Life does take unexpected turns. Thank you. This is a survey report on the Red Mist. Silva turned himself into a successor and used his power to create the Red Mist. The most important reason to maintain the Red Mist is to ensure the Queen's power spreads no further. However, Silva continually expends a great deal of energy to do this. Thus, the levy system was put into place in order to ensure the blood that he requires. The Red Mist, the levy system, and his research. Silva has done all of this for the sake of revenants.
RV Mastery and crystals.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors.
Paladin! Thank you for the raid! Chat, we've been being raided in by people that are playing 14. I feel bad not playing 14. Welcome in, raiders! How was Prague? How far did you get? Did you kick some brothers' booties? No, I'm gonna pay this. Yeah, do that. Teleport me to any bridge. Welcome in, Raiders! If we nice, you guys have the clear down. It'll happen next week. Awesome, congrats. If we do not know each other, Raiders, I am Running the Waves. I am a variety streamer. Today we are finishing up Code Vein. I'm very excited and I'm very ready. If you have to do anything post-stream, please make sure you go do it. We're all about self-care here, and make sure you guys are eating, drinking, stretching, doing good things for yourselves. So if you have to raid in front, I totally get it. If you want to hang out though, you're more than welcome to. Ugh. Okay. All right, chat. I have to go back the way I came. Not that way. I'll play strategically. I just run. I'm at this point where like I'm in an area, I keep dying in an area in between mistles, and it's awful and I hate it, so I'm just running past everything to try to just get back to where I left off.
Bring it anytime.
This way. And then this way. And then this way. Chat, the fire finally went out. I started burning it around
Looks like an easy fight. Maybe too easy.
11? I mean, yes, in a sense that I'm taking like a month off before starting it. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. But Canyoneer and Blood and Blade Bear kicked my butt for so many weeks that I'm like, I'm ready to take a vacay, you know?
Should find better routes.
Okay.
You have to take whatever you can.
What about you? Are you excited? Have you made your new character yet?
I see something.
Oh, is that when early access comes out? You know what's funny, chat? I never pre-ordered the game.
There has to be something here.
But that's, I mean, the game's not going anywhere.
This ladder should make getting around easier.
No, look at all those dead
have
dudes
to
that
jump
aren't
down
totally
anymore.
dead. Oh, that's upsetting.
After all, it's the duty with which I have been entrusted. It is my reason to be.
Hey, that's...
Okay. That's valid. I was honestly holding off, and I was going to do it like soon, but I decided to like hold off, and then I kind of forgot, and then I was like, well, I'm not picking the game up like for a month. Like I decided I'm gonna start playing in March, so I'll just buy it in March.
Stand out like a sore thumb.
There are certain games I pre-ordered. Like I pre-ordered Expedition. I pre-ordered, yeah, stuff like that.
Just as ordered. A new ladder.
I feel like games that I trust, I'm okay with. Now where the hell? Okay. Where the hell am I? Oh, it's like the other side though, because what's fighting me? Oh, it's here. Okay.
Well, let's mosey.
Okay, yeah, I was here, chat, because I got to, okay. Okay, so that's just a shortcut. Go get through the castle! I believe in you! Chat, I gave Kai encouragement yesterday to get through the castle. I have faith in her. So it's a dead end with fucking branches? Really? Not that stupid, chat. I'm gonna get hit with the branches. Alright, I'm gonna go back this way. Oh, hold on, chat. I forgot I have something. Yoink. Cool. I collected it earlier.
Oh, what's this place? That's a real gem.
Okay.
There you are. Bring it any time.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend.
Thank
Remy
you,
Times
Remy!
just subscribed for 5 months. Good morning. For my anniversary I send you something I know you'll love, waves.
Won't go down here.
Come on, Yakumo, jump! Oh, really? That's what it does? That's awful. But thank you for the 5 months, Remy. I appreciate you. I hope you continue to enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, and your emote slots. So chat, remember I was like, well, that's stupid. They put on a dead end. I saw what they did. I saw what they did, and Pepperidge Farm remembers. I saw you tagged me in something in Discord. I will look at it in a moment. Oh crap, I'm being chased by the wolf. I'm being chased by the wolf. Oh god! Down, doggy, down!
Let's settle this.
I don't want to do that. Alright. I mean, that's valid. Chat, I'm gonna regret it. I'm going in the elevator.
I've been waiting for you. Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
Okay, this is why we talk to people. What? I'm missing this one? That's annoying. I have the other two. Ugh. That upsets me, chat. I don't know where I'm missing it though.
Forgive me, my successor. I promised that I would defend you as your attendant. It was my duty. But I could not prevent your frenzy. In the end, I failed you. I could do nothing more than watch as your death finally came for you. Why was I even here? What purpose did I serve?
Aww. It's the girl with the big boobs. These are her memories.
This attendant lost
They're so
their
wonderful.
successor to frenzy, and then succumbed to it themselves.
Oh, interesting.
If all we can do is stand by and watch, while we lose the ones we've been charged to protect, then does our presence serve any purpose? As attendants, what good do we do? I've been waiting. Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
That's what bothers me, that I'm missing the one. Boo. Yes, they tend to my wounds.
If I am able to ease your suffering, even if it is only by the smallest amount, then I would gladly sacrifice myself to do so. After all, that is the duty with which I have been entrusted. It is my reason to be. For now and always.
It just to give you a bit of lore and backstory and stuff. That's all. So you know more about who these people are and what they do or what they've done and maybe why they are the way they are. Part C is that the Crown of Sand. Crown of Sand. Okay, I have to look.
Is it really meant to be this way? Do all attendants have to sacrifice their lives for the sake of their successors? It does not seem right. But could it be that I'm mistaken?
Alright, let's run back real quick.
my way.
Well, run faster, Yakumo. I'm busy. I'm a girl on a mission. Dead end. Yes, I do. Because he's tried and true. He has not let me down yet, so I keep him. I keep him, chat. I didn't kill the dude that was here. I just skedaddled.
No harm in being prepared.
Ow. Oop. I made it. Okay. Teleport. I wish, man. That'd been awesome. Thought I'd have kicked everybody out. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a vestige. I'm missing the one for the throat. Apparently, I never grabbed it after I fought Eva. So that's what I'm going to do. Chat and ads about to play.
Sorry. Moving out.
Such a far. This is why I forget them. It's so far away.
Please.
Hey, that's
Got it. All right, that's the last one that I need.
Don't run too far ahead.
Okay, and then we can teleport back to this one. Connecting bridge. And then chat, I'm gonna take a stretch break while the ad plays out over on Twitch. So go stretch, go get water, go do your things for yourself. Be back in just a couple of minutes. Hang tight. Dad, I'm making hot chocolate, but it just takes so long. Yay! Kai got a door! Woo! I just want my Keurig to finish, chat, so I can have hot chocolate. Because I'm chilly. A bajillion hours later, and I have hot chocolate. All right. Wrong way. It's a mellow. All right.
Bring it anytime.
Okay. This is such a far space to get to where I need to get to.
Looks like an easy fight. Maybe too easy.
They're good. Mallow's been in a snuggly mood today because it's cold and snowy. Rude.
Pick up something we can use?
Okay.
That's pathetic,
No sneaking up on me this time.
An elevator. Does it lead to our goal?
I've been. Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
Okay, there's the vestige. Oh, chat, I'm just gonna hold the hot chocolate. Like sometimes I don't even want to. I want to drink it, but like sometimes I don't want to drink it. Sometimes I just want to hold it in my hands, so my hands are toasty.
Successor, please. Please, not that song. The burden of it is too much to bear. Hearing that melody, it awakens the sin sleeping within us. Please, forgive me. Please, I'm sorry for my sin.
Interesting. Mm-mm.
I don't understand. Why was she apologizing? The sin within us. What was she referring to? What could it be that I have somehow managed to forget?
Do they give haze? I thought they took haze. Alright, chat. I'm not fully healed. That's fine. We'll do this. We'll do this.
I'd be pretty bummed if they
Bye, Yakumo. You were too slow. Oh, the presents. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a mallow by my legs. There's a mallow by my legs. She has found the heater, chat, and between the heat coming off my PS5 and the actual vent for the heat, she's like, Mom, this is my favorite spot ever. I just worry that I'm gonna step over her tail, and I don't want to step on her tail, you know? It's a very cute tail. This is a long-ass elevator, my god. We made it! Dead bodies! We love it!
I cannot understand. The actions you've chosen to take, they can bring nothing but further disaster to this land. I cannot allow that mistake to repeat itself a second time. Stand by their side and attend to them. That is enough. It is the duty with which we have all been entrusted. If you lose your way, if you take one false step, it will lead to that same result. That's not true. Yes, as attendants, it may be that we were all born from Cruz's weakness.
Hi, Red! Welcome in!
But we are not all identical to one another. Our experiences are unique. Through our journeys, I have experienced the memories of so many different people. I have witnessed the passion with which they lived their lives. And what I've found for every single one of those people is that they fought as hard as they could to survive. They pushed themselves, for the sake of others, to keep living. It didn't matter if they had lived as a human or if they had lived as a revenant. They still struggled on. It was the same for the successors, just as it was for so many of our poor sisters. I do not wish to cling to a futile mission out of fear and let myself stand by, hoping for a peaceful ending. I will struggle. I will fight. Against Cruz's sin, and against my duty.
That's part of what it means to be complete. That's part of what it means to be alive.
What it means to be alive. Io, it's true. There does seem to be something different within you. Something that sets you apart from the other attendants.
Okie dokie, touch shiny door.
Very well. I bequeath all to you. And so, I beg of you, please, save everyone.
No pressure.
Who knows what's waiting through here? Come on, let's move.
Chat, it's just a lion door. I mean, how bad could a lion door be? A really heavy...
This place
There's-
sends chills down my spine.
There should be a mistle. I just think there should be a mistle.
Gross. There's a lake of blood down there.
What? Oh, there's a mistle! Yay! A mistle!
I'm glad to see this.
Me too, Yakumo. Miasma manager. What is that? Activate all mistles. Yay! My being anal about mistles paid off! This is fucking gross. Like, it's just gross. I don't do the blood thing. Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine. We're fine,
That's
chat. Skull King? Nice. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Nice to meet you. I'm Waves. Oh my god. I'm halfway, Chad. I mean, that's pretty accomplishing. Oh! He perceived me. Whoa! 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 Akbo, that hurt. I don't approve of that.
How's this?
I hate it. I hate the little shoulder things. They're so hard to dodge. Oh God. Oh God. Ah! Down, boy. Down. Ah! Oh, wasn't close enough for that.
Finish it. Bring it anytime.
Come on, Yako, get me up. One try, chat. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all.
No. Silva has lost control of the relic.
What's wrong?
Silva is pulling in the relics.
I requested the full health thing. That's a big hand. No, thank you. What? Ew. Chat, they're looking at me with many eyes. I'm not a fan. What in the world is that? I don't like it.
I refuse to let the world end here.
Oh my God, I spoke.
I swear, I will stop this.
Ew. Ew. Ew.
Bring it anytime.
The Virgin Born? Ew. Oh, and I have my, okay. So, Chad, if I happen to die here, I get to start from phase 2, right? It wouldn't totally make me do the first fight over again, right? not good. It just body slammed me like I was a sandwich. I'm not a sandwich. Ah. It's got this weird mouth thing. Not a fan. Okay, well, I'm dead. You know, for being a big boy, he's kind of hard to dodge.
Hey.
Okay. Oh, thank God. It starts at phase 2. So I have a chance now, chat.
Stay relaxed and focused.
I'm totally relaxed. I'm cool as a fucking cucumber. Get my hands. Ow, you're a bitch. Ow, you're a bitch. Yakumo, what is our plan? I distract, you attack, even though— ow! I do more damage than you, apparently. Why are you so big? I'm gonna hit your Achilles. Do you like belly roll? Why are you glowing? 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 No. No. Down. Okay. Guys, it's bleeding blue blood. I don't like that. You know, like that's never a good thing. Okay, yeah, don't be underneath him for the glowing of the glow sticks. Got it. Got it. Noted.
Bring it anytime.
No! Owie! Nago, you're gonna die. To heal, thank you. Oh my God. No, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. What the fuck is that? Uh-oh. Okay, not a fan. Not a fan. Whoa, 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 whoa. You know what's really bad? I can't tell if he's glowing because of lighting effect or if he's glowing because that's like a skill he's about to pull off. Alright. Oh, he sucked me in. No, thank you.
How's this?
Damn it. I wanted to dodge and I'm not rolling out of the way. No, get out of there! I don't want to be where he is. They could have made this arena a little bit, oh God, a little bit bigger, I think, for him. He's kind of tall. And I feel like a little bit bigger of an arena wouldn't have been bad. Like it wouldn't have upset the fight. It would have just been a little bit better. I'm stuck in a spot I don't want to be in. Oh, that's a shame, chat. Oh, I'm up. Thank you, Yakumo. Don't get sucked into the... Damn it. Thank you. Oh, no. You didn't heal me in time. Alright, though. Not bad. Not bad.
Hey, you okay?
Hold on, chat. All right.
Time for some payback, huh?
Chat, he's just so ugly.
No harm in being prepared.
He also hits like a truck. Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't hit him! I'm telling you, chat, there'd been nothing wrong with just putting me in a little bit of a bigger spot. Ow, you son of a bee.
How's this?
Alright, do this. Come over here. Oh, nope. Bleed it out. There we go. Oh, that was awful. Yakumo, heal. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Ugh. Oh, shit. I was like, wow, I'm running really fast. I don't know why. As I'm being absorbed. That's great. Love that for me. Damn. All right. Well, that did not go as well as I planned.
Stay calm. You'll get tunnel vision if you're too worked up.
Okay.
Double check your gear, okay?
I love how I keep dying in like the same spot. You're a dick. Wow, that was a really rough start. I would like a redo. I would like a redo. You know, just put me here and let me just die. Thank you. Chat, that one doesn't count. Oh, that time doesn't count.
Oh, you're up again.
Okay.
Good. We grab that.
Can I level with this by chance? Okay, good. And then, what am I wearing? Can I boost this to 10?
Now I am a shield to defend you, as well as your sword. Use me as you will. The situation.
Okay.
Don't forget to check your...
Upgrade.
Which blood veil do you want to upgrade?
Okay. Yay! Cool. That's upgraded. And then I don't know materials. Okay.
Make sure you get back safe.
I don't think we have any time. Let me know, and
That bat. If the red mist disappears again, we're doomed. We have to hurry to see Silva. Oh, this stuff's hard to come. This is quite.
Let's see. Anything good?
Okay, let's get moving.
Alright, John, I've maxed out my weapon. I've maxed out my blood veil. What am I missing from here? Interesting. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Kick his butt. Kick his butt.
Another day together.
He makes such weird noise. I don't like him.
Let's do no harm in being prepared.
Oh. Damn it. Get me out of here. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I don't like. Ow, you bitch. damn. That's off to a rough start.
Bring it anytime.
Ah.
No harm in being prepared.
Ah. What? He's a biggin. I don't like him. Ah, give me here, give me here. Ah. That attack does so much damage. Ow. And now Yakumo, heal yourself. Good boy.
Bring it anytime.
Oh, come on. Whoa. Holy crap. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. He's got hands, he's got many faces, he's got this weird freaking mouth. I don't like him. I don't like him. God. Oh shit.
Still regenerate something. Hey, heal up. Feeling better?
God.
How's this?
I'm dead.
That's the part. You're back.
He's
out.
awful. I don't like him. Just saying, chat.
Time for some payback, huh?
Okay. Activate this. Activate this.
Bring it anytime.
Grab that. I love trying to roll out of the way, and my girl doesn't roll out of the way.
How's this?
Okay. Oh, shit. Magma took that one. Okay. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! So much for healing. Thanks. Love that for me. Ah shit! Ah shit! Ah shit! Ah shit! It's awful, Kai. I did better the first time I fought him. The first time I got him down to like over halfway dead. And now I just can't repeat that.
Don't worry about me. I won't get in the way.
Activate this. Thank you for taking a little bit of welcome in. Take this one. Grab this. Okay, that helps. Get it out of the damn fuck. Oh my god. I'm telling you, chat, the arena being a little bit bigger. That's all I would have asked for. Just a smidge. Just the tiniest of smidges. Come on. Oh. I missed. That's upsetting. Stop perceiving me. I'm trying to heal. I hate you so much. Oh my god. Leave me alone. You're a bitch. Well, that's great. Love that for me. Alright, we're gonna go, I think this. Nope, that's where the throne is. Let's not go that way. We're gonna run this direction. Run this direction, girl. Run this direction. Girl, well, I wanted you to die by the doorway. She didn't die by the doorway. Alright. No plan. New plan. Let's try with somebody sort of nimble.
Our gear might not be cutting it.
Okay.
I'll be with you.
If she's faster, maybe she can do some stuff while I run.
Is it all you've got?
Ugh. I can't even heal. I can't get it. Save it up a spot. There we go. Holy crap. Oh shit. 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 Oh crap. Oh, I got it. Okay. God damn. It's really hard to roll out of these attacks. He's just so big. And the arena is only so tiny. Crap. Oh my god. I'm gonna get hit by it. Oh, I missed. Okay, good. Ugh. Oh, come on. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. Ah. Ah. Okay. Ow. Oh, damn it. Thank you, EO. Roll, child, roll. Oh, fuck. Ah, shit. I'm gonna lose EO at the final moment. Ah! saw it happening though. We're so close. We're so close. Oh my god.
I was
Oh,
waiting
chat.
for
I'm
you.
sweating now in my hoodie.
We may need something more.
Ugh. Chat, the amount of static that I just felt taking my hoodie off is bad. Chat, give me 1 minute. I think because Mallow's been under my desk, she's been pulling cables because my third monitor kept going out, and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Alright.
Do you have everything you'll need?
Yes, snow is pretty awful, Lumina. I cannot deny it. Oh my god! He's got big feet and I can't see where they all go. Oh, god damn it. God fuck. See, if I can see him, I can avoid him. But I lose him really easily, which is kind of weird considering he's so big. Ow, that sucked ass. Yeah, well, there we go. Fight, not fun, chat. This fight, not fun. Hi, Sevi! Sevi, I'm dying.
Are you feeling all right?
I'm dying, Sevi, and it's not fun. I don't like it. This arena needs to be a little bit bigger. I've got him close a couple of times. Yeah, I'm on the big boy. I fought the first version like in one shot, made it look easy. It was gross, didn't trust it. Then I got to this guy and I got him under half, like by a good margin, under half the first time. And I've only been able to duplicate that once. And he makes gross noises and I don't like it. God damn it. I also lose him a lot, which is weird, and I don't like that. I can't figure out how I keep losing him. He's a biggin. He's a biggin. I'm stuck, chat. I'm trapped in a corner. How the hell? When he sets your sights on you, he does not let up. I'm trying, Ew, I'm trying. He makes it so difficult. Oh crap, 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 oh crap. Oh, he laser beamed my face. Ah, shit. Woo! So spicy. Owie! So spicy. Too spicy, actually, chat. Thank you, EO. I'm sorry. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Roll, baby, roll. Don't get hit with that. I don't want to find out how bad that'll be. Oh, shit. 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 Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, come on. I can't find like a safe pattern.
Can you still regenerate? You don't need to hold back.
god. Why are we not rolling? Roll, roll. You can't get hit. You can't get hit. You can't get hit. Okay.
I can no longer regenerate.
Come on. Yes! Sevi, you're my good luck charm. I'm keeping you on my lap. Just say in chat. Bye, ugly boy.
We don't have a lot of time. Hey, kid, can you handle this?
I did it. My hands hurt, chat. I'm ready to not hold the controller for a while.
It's all right.
I love how they show the
Hey.
boobs, not her face.
Ew.
In the end, no matter who I may be, even if I serve as little more than an empty vessel, you have stored so many precious memories inside of my heart, and I promise I will never allow them to fade away.
Now smooch.
Whatever happens, I will always be with you. Just as you will always be within my heart. And now, goodbye.
I think so.
Everything is now so clear. My purpose and why I stood by you like I did. So many around us are lost, wondering much
That sounds like Kai. Hi, Drop.
but no more. Now I found my destiny. To build a new world together, standing by through whatever's coming. Heal all your wounds and restore it all to how it should.
Kai, look away.
Though the price that I pay may be high, I was made so I could protect you with my life.
Ooh. Very nice. You too, Shadow. Stay home. Chat, I gotta give OBS a hot second to get its shit together. It's doing its weird shit. So let's pause here for a hot minute, and then we will come back and finish up the game. All right, hang tight. Chad, it still won't come back, and in fact has gotten worse. I've lost 30,000 frames. At one point I had 145 kilobytes. I hate this. But I just want to finish the game, chat. Wrong button. Wrong button. Respond. Thank you, Tech. The worst part is because like Twitch is like, oh, your connection is fine. And OBS is like, help me, I'm drowning. So, you know, there's that. Okay, chat, refresh. Refresh, 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 refresh. No. So, chat, that didn't solve the problem. My connection's still hot trash. All right, chat. I'm gonna just finish the game. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but I'm gonna just finish the game, and then I'm gonna just end stream, and then I'm gonna try to come back later and try to see if it's better. I don't know. I don't know. I can't do anything about it. So, but like, I don't want to just sit here. And everything's gonna get uploaded anyway, so. Added and up. Oh, I meant to put that. Okay. So I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hi, chat, if you can.
In the years after Io stopped the relics from frenzying and transformed into the Weeping Tree, Karen and the others discovered a reliable source of blood beads.
Well, that's good.
And the question I've pondered for so long, what as a revenant can I do? What about the outside world and the horrors there? We analyzed the signals intercepted from outside when the red mist appeared. There were countless cries for help. As revenants, we prey upon humanity. We might bring them nothing but misery. Even so, I can't just give up.
So is that what 2 is?
I've looked through documents from the Great Collapse, and the more I read, the more I understand why those creatures are called horrors. They're immune to even the most powerful weapons, and immortal like the lost that plagued the Jail of the Mists. Now I understand why revenants had to be created. The situation was that dire. And the horrors are still roaming the outside world. It must be incredibly difficult living out there. The relic's power created the Weeping Tree, thanks to Io's wish, and there's no sign of the Queen coming back. It must have taken a strong will. We're ordinary revenants without the power of the relics, but our mission still remains. As long as I live, I will continue to watch over that power, together with Jack.
There are no changes in the weeping tree. It's completely normal. Don't worry. If anything happens, I swear I'll do everything in my power to stop it. Meanwhile, it's time we both do what we need to. My mission as a Watcher has ended, but my duty to protect the world still remains. I won't allow the hell here to escape and torment those outside. I'm glad to see that things have calmed down a bit here. Although Louie's worried again. Are the two of you ever satisfied? You finally earned some peace, so why not enjoy it? Well, whatever you choose, I'll go along with you. Do what you feel is right.
Chat, I finally got it back. The signal came back. Took it fucking long enough. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yes. Okay.
The Lost are still a dire threat to the survival of humanity, but the new provisional government is at last on a course to stop them. Silva is pushing reforms to aid as many revenants as possible. I can finally get to the job of exploring the depths in earnest. You've been a great help. I must thank you. Oh,
I didn't do sure the
nearly
depths,
forgot.
but sure.
I have a message for you.
Ooh.
The provisional government would appreciate your cooperation. Please contact the government if you seek work with real meaning.
Is that amber blood bead Io gave you all right? It's a piece of her memory and a manifestation of her strength. Handle it with care. Karen and the others say it's made of the same substance as the weeping tree Io gave us after taking on all the relics. It has the ability to alter the relic's influence, if only in a small way.
I just finished it. I just beat it.
Today I invited Yakumo to work for the provisional government, but he turned me down outright. Sorry, but just like you've got things you want to do, I've got things I want to do too. Yeah, he hasn't changed a bit. Well, I didn't want to work for them at first either. After a while of fighting to survive, I noticed I'd made a bunch of friends along the way. And here I am stuck with them. But I guess they're all pretty great, so I don't regret it at all.
I'll be switching games after this. I'll be switching games.
This garbage heap may just have become a slightly better garbage heap. That means people have less use for what
Final
I'm
Fantasy
selling.
XIV, most likely.
I'm only joking. Don't worry about me. Do your thing, okay?
We finally secured a steady supply of blood beads. Once again, we have Io to thank. On the day she took all of the relics, I was suddenly my old self again. And ever since then, she's been producing blood beads and even maintaining the red mist. So even if it's only a little, I want to make it so people can have normal lives in this world she's protecting for us. That's my wish.
It's good. I like it.
I plan to start research with Karen that will hopefully lead to methods for controlling thirst and revenants. I don't know if we'll ever find an answer, but I'm sure it will lead to better lives in the Jail of the Mists. It would be nice if Louis could work with us.
All the power was sucked right out of my body. I was so big and strong. But now look at me. But now Jack's training me to grow strong again. I don't see Mia as much as I used to, but I always feel close to her, even when we're apart.
Aww.
I think it's because we respect each other so much now. I miss her, but a knight has his duty.
I mean, Nicola, she's right over there. Over there? Yeah, she's over there. She's over there. Do you wish to leave the base and depart out of the red mist? No, you'll be unable to return. Yes. Let's do this, chat. Let's finish the game. Finally. It only took tech issues and so many weeks. The game was like, holy shit, she would crash. Yay! I'll have to look into what the other ending is. Don't be spoiled if you don't want to be spoiled. Mmm.
You're leaving into the outside world?
Yeah, I figured that's what you would do. I can't say I approve of you heading out alone, though.
At least say something before you go. After all, we're supposed to be friends, right?
And since you guys insist on charging ahead all the time, you're going to need someone to keep things running smoothly.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my God.
To be honest, I'm not sure how welcome revenants will be in the outside world. But we have to keep reminding ourselves that we were all created for a reason. I'll carry on Cruz's dream. Just like you carried Eos. Let's go.
And then chat, we walk over and we get eaten by a big monster, and then the credits roll. I'm why I can't have nice things.
Io.
It only took a bajillion years. So I know nothing of Code Vein 2. And according to Doc, he's like, yeah, it doesn't take place after. And I'm like, okay. But I don't know more than the reasons why, or what you do, or like anything. Doesn't carry out. Yeah. Maybe they'll like tie together later. Because I feel like you put a cliffhanger there. Now, maybe, I mean, it's Bandai. I love them. But it wouldn't surprise me if they like totally went off course. But like, I feel like because you cliff hung and then you waited so many years. Yeah, so like, I also understand it not because they would lock it into just being a thing in God Eater. If they still have to reboot, it's easier to just do their own thing. But I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna do that, then you would have left the last word out. You would have left Io's name out of it, because now you've raised questions and thoughts. Because you could just be like, okay, they joined forces with the God Eaters and they attacked the God Eaters, and it's whatever. But because they've said something, now you've created this whole questioning force. That's my thought. Like, because yeah, I could have seen them like they walk off into the sunset and it's whatever I want them to believe that they do. Join forces, kill things, experiment, like whatever. Chat, I think they work with BAMS on this one. It's still good. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. I'll find out after everybody else because I'm not playing until March. But I mean, maybe. The best is because they're like Io, like they all look freaking same. Like how would you know what actually is? Just say. I enjoyed it. Okay, chat. I'm drunk. I guess that's true. Alright, chat. I wanna know what the other ending is. I don't know if I wanna like pop it up. I don't trust it. Someone just tell me what the other ending is.
Tell me, do you know how softly the breezes could sing if we let them come through with a might all their own? On this day I swear I won't falter, oh nothing else matters. My memories drive me to where I must go. There are no more lives that we need to watch disappear from the ashes of those who have gone before. Spread a light.
Technically, 3 is. Wait, hold on. 2 other things. This one, the Io doesn't get called. Oh. Yeah, if you want, Kai. Maxia could use a PvP buddy. I love computer art! Can I skip credits? Skip. Da-da-da-doo. Hades. Code owner Silva boasts high attack power, base and strength and dexterity, ideal for using heavy gear. Queen specializes in gift and boosts a high Ichor stock, enabling you to overwhelm the enemy. Save complete. You can now play using your post-completion save data. You can start the game again just before the end by selecting user completed data. After starting the game again, you can examine the door back at the base to carry over your save data. Cool. No worries. I gotta boot up the game. I got to boot the game. Alright. Chat, I moved the wrong thing. I need that button. I needed that button, and instead I didn't do that. Alright. Alright, chat, but I'm gonna switch over to Final Fantasy 14, I think, for the rest of the night in the next couple of hours. Play some 14, do some PvP, do some, I don't know what, whatever doesn't have me holding a controller, I think, is what the plan is. No, I don't want passkey bullshit. Stop giving me passkey bullshit. Because I'm not gonna show my freaking face. View the Dweller in the Dark ending. That's what the final ending or the good ending is called, chat. And it's very rare. Show. View the To Eternity ending. Very rare. What's this one? View the Heirs ending. It's kind of funny, chat, because it's very rare and ultra rare. But they're bronze. How many things do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. No. I have 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, and then 13 if you include all the trophies. I should have got the vestiges. I was close enough. I should have just not been lazy. That's all it came down to. I didn't do it because I was lazy. Alright, chat. Let me boot up the 14. Bloop, bloop. Change the game. I can spell. Nope. I can, oh my god. Okay. Okay. Yes, I know about maintenance. All right, chat. No, not that one. No. So, chat, I downloaded this thing to help me with my iPad issue. It was garbage. It was supposed to like cast from my phone to my computer, and I was like, okay, that's cool, that's fine, but it didn't bring sound over. So I was like, well, this is stupid. But it was more designed for like presentations and stuff. All right, chat, you guys can go away. You don't need to have your ex out anymore. You can be calm. Chat can be calm and collected. Let's see. All right. Okay, Madoki chat. Let me go do this. No, no. Oh, so I do have to get rid of stuff. Okay. Take my stuff. And then take this. And then... Champs on over here for right now. Purples and master. Master recipes. Okay. I need like 2 more books, chat. I'm so close. And then I can sell the collectible stuff that I have. I wanted to do that. And I can actually, you know, sell stuff. Okay, chat. Maxie is going. Oh, she's a Reaper. Chat. Maybe we'll work on my class quests today. My Reaper's level 86. I haven't touched any of the class quests since I unlocked it at 70. I don't even think I've done like the actual official first class quest for it, because the idea of it just bothers me that I want to do it. You can't make me do it, chat. You can't make me do it. But I know I should, so. I've just been really lazy and I have had no desire to work on it. Hand over the journal. Get a new journal. Wow, good, I get frontline on my book. See, chat, this is why we grab our book. Chat, I moved my chat over from the right side of my screen to left of my screen, and then I go, where the freak is ready check? Ready check does not change. Alright. The bun is tall! Ooh, these are all really pretty people. Chad, I saw someone today in a really, really nice glam. But I was selling things, so I couldn't actually talk to them. But I think they were just in like a bathing suit top from one of the old events. And I want to say the shorts from the island that you get because they had the tie on around the thigh. It was a really nice combo. And then they had these cool boots. And I was like, I need this. I don't know if I need the exact glam because I don't want to copy them, but like their glam was nice. Where's Kai Bun? Done, yeah. Gonna go poke a Kai Bun. Gonna go poke a Kai Bun. Prepared for English. There's Kai Bun. Look at the baby bun, chat. There's no baby bun. Crap, I threw bun. Chat, you didn't see that. No, I want a dote. Okay. Dote. That's all I wanted to do, chat. I just wanted to dote on the baby bun. Baby bun is dead, chat. I didn't do it. Maxie did not murder any friendo buns. Chat, I bought acetone to take off my nail polish, and then I'm sitting here ripping off my fingernails. Dance partner, like fun, dance with fun. Umberbird, I'm sorry, I didn't want to. I smooched them too hard and they collapsed. Maxia is too cute sometimes for her own good. Hi, Wicked! Wait, why? Really? Hi, I love you, but I'm not gonna do that because that's not gonna work. Damn it. That's terrible, Remy! Welcome to Wicked. We're just vibing. I got people. I don't like when people stop moving in this game because then I think I'm gonna DCE. I haven't PvP'd in a while, chat. I need to do it for the Sigma Bummer. Alright, chat, let's see if I remember how to actually, murder things. Murder! Murder! Whoa, not my murder. That happened. his recording tonight, most likely. And I have to think about what I want to do. Like, what do I feel like doing? It's cold out. I feel like being cozy. Maybe we'll do some cozy games. Not that I have a cozy game. Like, surely I don't. I just haven't done it. Like, I just haven't been enjoying it. I like the new map, though. I really, really like the new map. But if it's not the new map, I just... Ugh. At least it's an ice. But this is one of the maps that I'm like, I could care about, like, I wouldn't care about. Oh, probably. I've been really lucky. A lot of people haven't really cared. Stop moving, because then I think you guys lock on. Wait. Yeah, we lock. Oh, I really can't. I still love when people get so mad. And everyone's like, oh my god, this is why we're losing. Oh my god, nobody cares. We're like, it's the front line. If you care, you're gonna do the ones that are ranked. Like, it's the front line. It doesn't mean anything. Like, call your kids. Yeah. It's a PvP. And an MMO. Like, I go in, I do my stuff, I leave. I would like it if we win, because then I get more points, and then I finish the book faster, like the rewards faster, but I don't necessarily care. I only get, fucking crazy. I get angry when stupid things happen. I say this, I gotta learn this. Like, I don't know, like the team is just weird. Yeah. What's funny is I want Crystalline Conflict really badly. When they said that it was coming out in 5-minute matches and they were going to do ranked, I was like, you know what? This is how I started. Because everybody's starting off the same skill set. Nobody is like a pro. And I never did it. And then now it's like too late, but I don't want to start it. Yep. I log in, I pretend to know what I'm doing. Sometimes I look really good doing it. Sometimes not so much. And then I leave. And I collect whatever points I've got. You killed the baby bud, you dick! Great, I got the Viper chat. I don't know if the Viper is what killed Ty or not, but I got the Viper. Well, after he killed you, I murdered him, so. I said, how dare you go after my baby gun? And I had to eat my weapon, eat my chakra. Yeah, I know you can mount while running, and that's such a great feature. I love it. But I don't want to do that in PvP. I was in ice and they were just mass spamming. I have a feeling they were modded too, because they had the like ABCDs that would shift with them, and I was like, no, it's a fucking front line. But they were like, it was non-stop pinging about their limit breaks, pinging about where, like, about the nodes, pinging. Pinging because we weren't listening, and I'm like, we're not gonna listen because you're aggressive and probably cheating, and I don't have any desire for the knowledge. Yeah. Broke them, so they could have killed somebody, but they all ran away. They left me to die, Chad! I thought they liked me. So I told my friend that I was making mac and cheese, and he goes, "You're a liar." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "You're live, so how are you making mac and cheese?" I'm like, "Well, it's pre-made, and like, I prepped it. I gotta throw it in the oven at like 6 o'clock. And then he's like, "Well, how am I gonna get it?" I don't know, swim through the inches and feet of snow and come to my house. And he doesn't live in the States, so it doesn't matter. Also, the fire died and now the room is cold. I didn't feel it right away, Chad, but now I definitely feel it. Come on, little Shaq Cat. I believe in you. I get it. I 100% get it. I have to light a fire like now so it can die by the time I go to bed. Because these logs tend to last a while. Like the one that I lit, I want to say I started it around 11:30, and it died around 5, I guess. Maybe a little bit more than, but still, it feels like it takes a really long time to die. Gotta go good map. Hey, look! Heidi ho! Very cute. Attack someone! Yay. Protect me! Aw, so close. Yay! Time mine! Sometimes, chat, you have to sacrifice yourself for somebody else can like just get something you've done. My phone has not stopped going off. Right? Keep looking, hoping I get like a text message from my boss. I know the message will not come until tomorrow, if we get anything at all. Okay, best case scenario, chat, we get the day off. Like, work from home. Cool. I also see a delayed opening happening, which I'm still not coming in because fuck that noise. But like, I also am like, will they even say anything? Will they be that big of a douchebag and be like, we'll just stay open, it's fun. Oh my god, chat, I'm itchy. I'm having an allergic breakout, and I don't know from what. I picked Mallow up earlier, and I think her back claw got me, and because I'm allergic to her, when she claws me, it makes it itchy, which is fine. But I like showered and scrubbed everything, and my arm is still like super itchy. Ugh. Are you not going up here anymore? Okay, I'll take my second place. For not giving a crap, I will take second place. I don't think I got anything in my book. Yeah, no, not yet. Chad, I was doing so well, and then I got here and I just stopped caring. I need to log on my Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I do PvP and my crafting. PvP and a crafting. And I just don't. And then after Tuesday, oh, chat. I'm gonna have to do re-clears this week. When are people free? So I did them this week, but next week is the week of the sword. So I need to do them. Okay, actually I need tones. Hi Bun, you're weak. But that's okay. Oh, okay. That works. I was like, I'll just do what Baby Bun can do, but that works too. I was gonna ask how far Baby Bun was, because I forgot, but then you said you picked over Big Bun, and I was like, okay, then I'll just wait. Max is gonna wait indoors though, because I was like getting wet. She's like, do you know what wet cat smells like? It is not pleasant. It is not pleasant. Chat, be proud of Maxia. She's been working on her crafters and her gatherers. So like, she got her Mamulja to level 6 today. Level 6. So we're getting there. I want them to get even with each other so that they both fit at the same time, though I'm not really expecting that to happen. It would be nice though. Okamadoki. Maxia will wait here. All right. Oh, chat, when OBS decided to like crap the bed, it took my manager thing with it. So I can't see things. It's fine. It's just annoying. Just messed up all my numbers and my stats and stuff, but that's fine. It's no big deal. Alright. Sorry, chat. I'm staring at stuff. I'm like just trying to look at tech because I trust nothing and it pisses me off. Okay, we'll do this. I need people that want to do the extreme fight with me. With me, a very shitty raider. Cause I wanna finish the extreme fight on Doom Train. I think that's what, so we're gonna spend basically like the weekends on February playing stuff in 14, whether that be re-clears or extremes, or if I clean my inventory out, it'll be maps. But I wanna do something, chat. Like, I'm thinking about it, and I definitely think taking the like February off and the next couple of weekends off and just focusing on something like fun will be great. So I'm thinking maybe we'll just like, I'll see how people want to do, if people want to do the extreme or maps or what have you, and then we can just vibe and we can chill and Maxie will be happy. Maybe we'll hang out with JJ. He's got to finish Dawn Trail. maybe Jason will get a day and he'll finish. Oh my god. Why is it so slow? Okay, where are you? Oh. I was where Baby Bun was. I just went indoors. I didn't want to get wet. Wet cat is gross. It's almost like wet dog, but a little worse. It's my dye. Hold on, do I have a cookie? Wait, do I have a cookie? You can have a coffee biscuit. I'll have a coffee biscuit. Chat, Maxia pays in snacks. Die! I has die! Oh shit, neon pink? Hold on, I don't think she's got that in her bag. She's not. I actually don't know if I know what this color looks like. I am now intrigued. I mean, I was intrigued before, but I thought I knew the color. Why are you oh, neon pink. Ow! Oh, you're a very special dye. Okay. Okay. Yes. Maxia approves and says thank you. That's very right. But I think it would be really nice on trims. Maybe not as like full outfits, but since they have the 2-dye channels, I think a trim or like an undershirt would be really nice. Yeah. Alright. Maxie needs space real quick. Chad, I have books to Savages that I started and never finished. Okie dokie. Thank you for the dye. Give the Yakumo smooches. Chat, I'm telling you. The ending would have been 10 times better if they had smooched. You don't get up in somebody's face like that and not smooch. Just saying. Just saying. Okay, chat, I gotta go do stuff. Because if I'm gonna get my weapon, I'm gonna need the tomes to get my weapon. And I don't have the tomes. So Maxie's going to lose her mind. What? I clicked expert. Wait. Okay, let's take you to your house. I don't think you've been there for a while. Ow. Dad, I keep hitting my poor little Labubus. I feel so bad for them. They're just dangling, and Mallow loves to whack them. She'll get to my keyboard, and she'll walk over, she'll sniff them, and then she'll just swat at them. Clean to stable. Clean to stable. Okay. Reset my housey house. This. Second chance that. Chat, I really need like a Carby corner where all of my Carby stuff sits in the corner. Maybe do my wardrobe a little bit. Carby's in bed already, chat. Carby's like, I'm ready to go. So, oh, I can't. It was like, oh, I should pull materia out of my summoner. I don't have inventory slots. Yeah, you can hear that though? I totally can do it at any time that I want. Oh, you know what? Crud. Yaktel. Okay. I still need to do my relic stuff. I'm still missing 2 crystals, and then I need duplicates of a couple of crystals. So I think, since I have to wait anyway, let's go do that. Because the second I get into a fight, I'm gonna get pulled. Maxia, I don't want to be up your butt. No, get off the cat. Cat. that I was just playing? Okay. So Chad, it's really funny because I've been doing the Gathering Society quest. I've been gathering like excess materials, so I have gone out, like not out of my way, but I've gone and avoided having to go and continue gather some of the items. So as I'm like picking up quests, I'm actually turning in quests. It works. I think the last couple of days that I've played, I've only had like 1 or 2 quests that I've had to completely do. Today was bad though because I had to unlock the next level. Oh, I was trying to get out of your way. Oh, my bad. Max, you go hang out in a tree branch. That'd be fun. Just see a dancing kitty in a tree branch. It did the dinosaur! Dinosaur! Maxie is just trying to get her stupid relic stuff in. We never finished the first phase because I was just struggling to get the materials that I needed. Because that's the worst part. It's not... I don't mind having to gather 6 of an item or like 6 different items and then, you know, duplicates of them. Fine, whatever, not a big deal. But I can't get them to drop. Yeah. Honestly, I know people hated Manderville because it was too easy, but you know, I didn't really mind it. I have really bad drop rates, so yeah. I don't remember this dungeon. I have no idea in these places either. That's terrible. This is why I'm a really bad mentor. And like, I don't like mentoring on Paladin where people expect me to know where I can't mentor anyway, right? I don't have it unlocked. I'm missing a couple of extremes, but this is part of the reason why I don't want to, because 9 times out of 10 I don't know the dungeon. Side quests. So I was taking Maxia through each area and each expansion and doing all of her side quests. I got to Stormblood, got to the Red Sea, the Ruby Sea, and stopped. First started streaming, but when I was, gotta be a couple of years now at this point, I would do like side quest Saturday, and I would spend my Saturdays side questing. And I did that for a really long time. I got tired of it. I worked on other things. It was nice because it was also like, cause I didn't really play the side quest, but it gave me a chance to kind of hang out with chat, chit chat, while I would just go flying around, taking side quests, and getting much land. Oh, I had curse on me. It seems stupid to like open Ifrit up when it's gonna die anyway. Chat, this looks like a lot of fun, but will also scare the crap out of me. What happens, chat, when you're not thinking about where you are. Furniture, banging shit. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30 in the morning. She's already like up and walking around, and I just hear. Yay! We're on a 2-hour delay. 2-hour delay for tomorrow. 10:30 is the open time. That's garbage. I'll have to see how they play out. Thank God forbid my shop be closed. Now look her dinner time. I'm a big girl. She's like, Mom, don't talk to me. I'm getting to the. Oh, I know where we are now. This is the latest dungeon. Okay. Of the dungeon to realize I knew what dungeon I was in. I just didn't remember right away. I guesstimated, and I guesstimated well. Why are you not going off? Why is this not going off? Go off. Hi, Atlas. I don't know why you wanted back to Yay, done. Okay, chat. I did it. Oh, chat stretch. Oh, big stretch, chat. Perfection. Right, Remy? Okay. Chat, give me 1 second. Let me take my boss back. Yeah, I will. Hold on, baby girl. Hi, Mystic. Hey, good boy, Mallow. Chat, Mallow said hello. She jumped up just to get kisses, and then she ran off. Alright. Alright, I gotta text my employee. Start. It says otherwise. Okay. Okay, chat. I did the thing. I did the good employee thing. I take my box back, took my other employee, and was like, hey! Stuff and things. Okay. Level sync. Chat. 7 minutes. This is also why I don't want to do it, because I'm lazy, chat. I'm so lazy. Thanks for the heads up. Okay. Been made. Now I could be wrong. But I feel like I've made a mistake here. Come back and help. They're doing another fake bomb on sale. And help. Yay! Maybe Dad won't die. There's a tank in our party, I think. It doesn't have technology. I don't know. I wasn't built. Girl wasn't I'm dying. No, push the freaking button. This hard and then not get my points. Yay! Sadly, I got nothing out of it but bi-colored gemstones, but yay! Okay.
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
Have you heard? Princess Fiend is here.
Foreign entities detected. Proceeding with
I wasn't when it started, but I've done it enough where I'm like, yeah, I know it. It's not that bad.
Your smile means all is right with the world.
If I smile, it is because you all smile for me.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
are my people, and I will protect you. The painful memories of war I lay to rest.
Foreign entities detected. Proceeding with removal.
So far, I think so. No, second boss.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
Oh yeah, then there's like a water thing. After this fight, like after the dungeon, like I'll feel bad if it any really, but like and my leg. yeah, so how was Arknight? What do you think of it so far?
Fear not.
Oh, stop lagging!
You will all live on.
Stop it!
And at the last,
Dungeon!
my final members.
Valid. Very valid.
Fire detected. Initiate getting protocol.
Valid. Give the game like 2 days, you know, and if it doesn't get better, then you're like, yeah. Because if like you feel bad if you preemptively end a game early and you're like, oh, it got better? Okay. Come do PvP with me, but like I don't want to do PvP, so just log on to Maxia and do PvP. Really?
They've done it! They preserved the Queen! We can't give up! Not until keep complete!
Where's my Oh, that's why. Hold on. Okay. That's better. 15 hours. Valid. It's like the 3 episode anime rule. You don't want to stop an anime without watching the first 3 episodes because it could get better. If it's not better by the 3rd, you say screw it and you move on to greener pastures. Now, so I don't know. I guess it's the game. So I haven't touched any of my settings yet, but my mic is like not maxed. My mic is higher than the game, but the game is still like eating everything to death. So I'm assuming my game settings like in 14 are janky. Which is also, I get. There were a couple animes like that. I was like, is it going to get good? And I kept holding out, waiting for it to get good. And I watched an entire season of a show and I was like, it never got good. Or like the last episode got really good and I was like, well, I'm not watching this anymore. Yeah. I just needed to catch my attention. Like I need to think about it when I'm not watching it. Like I need that itch. If that itch is not scratched, forget it. Yeah, I'm not seeing something. Yeah. I need to watch stuff. I keep telling myself to get back into watching anime, and I don't. Because I just don't watch stuff anymore. I used to like sit with Crunchyroll on while I'd be like hanging out with my dog on the floor and just doing other stuff, and then I kind of gave all that up. To be fair, I started streaming, so my time was spent differently, but I don't know, I don't watch them anymore. My attention span is not there the way it used to be.
Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge.
But I have you freed out. Why do you feel like this when I freeze out?
Accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol.
So, I can actually do that. I think. avoid them.
Foreign entities remain. Receiving annihilation.
Oh, okay. I went through a weird spot with Genshin. I played it, kind of loved it, and then like a week later, I didn't log in and I just couldn't do it. And I keep wanting to get back into it, but now I'm like, well, I'm just so far behind. But I was like that with all the other ones. Honkai did that to me. Withering Waves did that to me. Like, I was like, oh, I like this, I'm hooked. And then like a week later, I didn't log in and I just stopped. Yeah, it really wasn't all that great for combat. But then like, there's some people that adore it. And I'm like, okay, you guys do you. And it's kind of funny. So, I only know one other person that has played Stellar Blade. And they didn't like it.
Receiving annihilation.
So it's interesting that you like it because I'm curious. I'm curious as to what you liked about it. For no other reason that I was on that fence about the game. Like, do I want to play it? Do I not? Ah, fuck me. Brain cells. And that is where you and I differ, Jin. I don't want to. I don't want to think about stuff. I just want to button mash. Like the more I can button mash, the happier I am. It's slow enough, at least. Normal difficulty. I hate to pay attention. Okay. I played Expedition 33 Nox and I loved it. I absolutely adored the game. I need to play the DLC at some point. I downloaded it when it came out, but I have not. Let's be stunning. Valid. Super, super valid. One day. Oh, okay. Gets heavily inspired by Nier. See, I liked Nier. We should. We should. I need to get good. I need to like redo all of my kits for Expedition if I'm gonna fight Simon because I'm not built to fight him at all. I mean, you could do like a stream together, but we share. I'd have to talk to I know how he does it. The tank build where you don't parry anything. Ooh, that'd be fun. I think if Stellar Blade goes on sale for me, I might give it a try. I don't know if I want to pay full price for it for right now. Cause like I'm so torn on it. Like I just poked myself in the eye. Ow! Ow, don't be me, chat. Like I don't like judging games I haven't played off of the play of others. But I'm also like, I didn't love what I saw enough to want to spend the X amount of money on it. Because I also have to get it on the PlayStation. My computer will explode if I try to play it. My computer will not be happy with me. Different aesthetic. Oh, chat, we were talking about game. No, it was lowered. What the hell? Okay. Chat, I'm gonna play with some stuff. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, chat. I'm just gonna play with some sound settings. I wanted to play Avowed so badly, and then they said there was no romance, and but I still want to play it. I want to play it. I'm in my I need smooching era, and if I know there's not going to be smooching, then like I've lost my ability to want to play it. Like my urge to play it at this moment. I still don't know what we're playing after Mass Effect, chat. Like I don't know what game is going to be next to fill that void. I know after Mass Effect I'm doing like Kingdom Hearts, but that's not the same. that's not the same, chat. I know, but it's filling that. I need a long series gap. No, there's no smooching. They just dangle it in front of your face but never give it to you, you know. I need more. The worst part is they're like, here are games that have smooching, and they're like, Dragon Age, played it. Mass Effect, played it. Baldur's Gate, played it. There's smooching in UK. It's not the kind of game though, which sucks. But what is it? Fall 2027, I think. Because I thought it was coming out this year, and then they were like, Chat, it's awful. You know what, chat? This is what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna replace my smooching game with Lads on 2026. Okay. I just forget what year it is. That's totally fine. I'm gonna be like, okay, I don't have any smooching games. All the games that I finished are done. I had nothing else. And then I'm going to just, I don't know, go into, I have nothing to do with Lads though. It's awful. I just, chat, I can't. I just can't, chat. Well, like, I do that at work all the time. And I was typing in, like, I was updating documents, and I was typing in, you know, 123.25, 123.25, and then I got through a handful of them, and I went, oh shit, it's 2026. I had to go back and edit them again. It's just, you know, it's always so rough the first time through. Oh, chat, my toes are cold. My whole body's cold. I hate it. I'm gonna be a burrito when Doc goes through his recording stuff. Like, I think, God, yeah. Well, they should be. That's it, chat. Me, who has no gaming designing background and no ability to design anything, I'm gonna create a game and it's all smooching. You know what I need to do? You know what I need to do? I need to just finish date everything. I never did finish that. That could have smooching in it. If you close your eyes, there's smooching. These are daily assignment sheets. Yeah. It'll be like, no, this doesn't exist. Dorian. Yeah. I want that body pillow. But like, what do I do with it? Yeah. I'll wait. I'll have to wait till I get my office, and then I'll just sit in the corner next to Amric. Yes, I did! That's what we were just talking about. I want one. Hold on, chat. But yeah, Sorry, chat. Doc was asking me a question. He was going to preheat the oven. But yeah, so I want it. I have no space for it. I can kind of put plushes on top of plushes on top of plushes in a corner. A big body pillow, I can't smuggle into that pile. As soon as I figure out how to smuggle it, chat, Amerik's popping back out, and I'll get the Dorian one. I technically only have 2. I have 707 and I have Amerik. And both of them are folded, put away. I like threw out all the stuffing for them too. I can't restuff them. I have to go buy new stuff for it. Downstairs because Silas owns the bed for the body pillows. That's valid. Yeah, because Doc doesn't work nights like other people, body pillow doesn't work. All of mine I am very grateful for. All of mine, like, none of them are naked, none of them are like capital L lewd. They're all very, I don't say classy, but they're all classy. They're me. Perfect for company. He's just staring at people with his dick out, you know. Chat, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. This is the worst feeling. Oh, nice. See, tasteful is nice. Fun fact, chat, I want one of waves. But I want tasteful waves, you know, not naked waves. I want tasteful on a body pillow. Maybe I'm just full of myself, chat. Maybe I just want to hug myself. She's so pretty, right? I keep making it. Fun fact, Kai, it ends up being like a goal on my charity stuff. We've just never hit it, so I've never actually bought it. Yeah, I saw she did one. That's awesome. Yeah, even the one that I want of waves would be tasteful on both sides. I feel like one would be a little more open than the other, but both would be, like, she's not naked, she'll be covered. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Chat, I told you guys about the art that I showed Kai, where she's tied and I'm feeding her chocolates. And the best part is, chat, it's literally titled Besties. And I was like, I feel like this is a little more close than Besties, but okay. Yep. I love it. Oh, that'd be great. We'll just it's the same. It's both, actually. It would be like your side, my side, and I feel like it would even be like, yeah, I'm here for it. Yeah, it's a thing, chat. I have favorited a couple of artists that I would want to make my pillow. One, it's expensive, which is why I'm like, if I raise like $1,000 in my charity thing, yeah, I'll do it. I'll spend the $100 and something. Make it art for a body pillow. Snap. See, but here's the thing, Kai. Like, Doc and Drop are so different. Like, Drop would 100% support it. I don't think Doc would. Nice. You know what's really funny, Kai? So this is like this outfit. Hold on, chat. Let me go to my room. This outfit, this was supposed to be, this is titled as lingerie. When I bought it from the artist, it was lingerie, and instead of the skirt, it was like panties. They were really cute, and I was like, love that. But the thing is, the outfit also came with shoes. So like I didn't, other than having them change the underwear to a skirt, I didn't touch the design of this outfit. It's still technically lingerie, but it doesn't really look lingerie-ish. But this is definitely like my more sexy of the outfits, because like I have this one, and then I have this one, which is sporty, and then I have this one, which is just tasteful. What are you doing? Turn that off. So like, I don't see it. Yeah. I think their attitude was, can I do from here? No, of course not. That'd be too easy. Damn it. Hold on, chat. I have to fix her. I have to do it this way. There we go. There's a way to do this, chat. The way my rigger set up my outfit is weird. I have to like tab out and tab back in. I guess I don't know lingerie stuff. I don't buy it. I don't deal with it. I don't care about it. So like I just saw this and I was like, this looks super cute. I love this. Just take the pants off, like the underwear off, and put it in a skirt, and then it's classy. Plus, again, lingerie with shoes, like full-on shoes. Like, I feel like if it was barefoot, I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. But she gave shoes. Also, I love my mommy, by the way. Does it? I'm just so out of the loop. I'm a bad lady, I guess. They're not jumper pumps. This is very true. I don't know. I guess, chat, I guess I'm just that vanilla. Like, we talk about it and you guys are just seeing up front and personal, just like how vanilla I am and how I don't know these things. Like, you guys have to teach me them, like the mac and cheese thing. Like, you gotta teach me that. And lingerie stuff. Like, I don't know. I just go, oh, that's pretty. Me too. Pole dancing is actually really, really good for upper body and core strength, and with your legs too. Like, it's just really good to stay in shape. I had a friend that did it. She had a pole in her living room. Her husband did not mind, for a multitude of reasons. He knew that she wasn't, you know, stripping. She was built. Yeah. Yep. I love watching their stuff, Remy. They come up every so often on my reels, and I love watching them. They're so cool. I want that flexibility. Like, I would love the strength, but I would love that flexibility. And considering I was like, I used to be flexible, maybe not that flexible, but I used to be flexible. If I had kept up with it, I might have been done it. I got my earphone and being distracted. Okay. Chat, my watch is tight. But yeah, that's my thing. I love how we got on this topic because we were talking about outfits. And we were talking about Kai saving up to have an adult outfit. Yes, I think so. I think that's the one that I've seen, yeah. Would they throw it like this or like this? Good stuff. I love it. I love it. Yeah, he's done a couple of good things, and I enjoy him. It's so funny, chat. I'll get TikToks that are like some random shows. I've seen random episodes of Law and Order, Scrubs, Grey's Anatomy, The Pitt, and then I get like the Archer dude that does D&D stuff. I'll get some friend videos. Every once in a while they'll pop up. And then like I'll talk to Doc and he's like, have you seen these TikToks? I'm like, no. And some of them are political, some of them are like way off left field, and I'm like, no, I won't see any of these. My algorithm is very different. And I will keep it that way. I'm like, if it's, oh, it's all lads too, by the way. So chat, you know how the other day, if you're part of the Discord, I was dropping all these links in the lads Discord channel? Yeah, that's why. It was because it was just showing up. Everybody's freaking closed. They're like, I got a thing, chat, from the town that I used to live in. Obviously public schools are closed, recycling centers closed, no solid waste collection, no bus service. Shovel sidewalks, clear a path, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, everybody's closed. My job's like, delayed opening. I hate my job, chat. I'm still waiting on my raise. Still waiting on my raise. 90% love in deep space. Yeah. It's so funny. When stuff drops, my TikTok is full of lads. Full of lads. It's so hard trying to like avoid spoilers because like my Twitter is full of it. My TikTok is full of it. I get Critical Role on YouTube all the time because, and sometimes TikTok, because that's typically where I watched Critical Role for the longest time. So I'll get a lot of their clips. Goth women. Love the women. See, you always just about to forget and then they pull you in with something. They pull you, chat. I feel that. All right, chat, though. I need to get dinner going. My oven is preheated and I am freezing my butt off again. I need to go warm up, put another hoodie on or something. Oh God, chat, it's so cold. It's 15 degrees and I have heavy snow. I hate this. Look, a winter storm warning is in effect for your area until 1 p.m. I'm not going to work tomorrow. Fuck my job. I'll just text him in the morning and tell him there's no way in hell. Snow is stopping in about an hour and a half. It snowed over 12 hours. 12 hours. Heavy mixed participation, additional snow and sleet accumulations up to 3 inches, and ice up to 1/10 of an inch. Plan on slippery road conditions. The hazardous conditions could impact the Monday morning commute. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of emergency. How about just stay the freak home? Like, unless you're emergency crew, you should just stay home. Oh, I hate a chat. Snow light Sunday 6 p.m. Trying to see if I can find where my job's located, where they're registering as. Here. Moderate. I hate it. It's whatever. Just frustrating. I'm going to. I'm like not even that far from my oven. Like you guys know, my kitchen's like 3 feet from where I stream. I used to always, because I used to live so close to my old jobs, like when I worked at Dunkin', I would go in a lot. Because I lived close. When I worked at A&P, I used to go in. I work now a half hour away. I live in the mountains. I have to climb down the mountain on a 2-lane road to get home. And I'm like, or to get to work. And I'm like, this is stupid. The roads that I'm gonna take are gonna be shit. Like, all because the thing is, the attitude is if the boss can get in, then we can go to work. And he drives a Land Rover SUV. And my COO drives a Land Rover SUV, and the sales director drives a Land Rover SUV, because after the company like bought everybody. So like I have a Hyundai Elantra. Does it do well in the snow? Yeah. Do I feel like driving in it? No. And we found out that my complex isn't plowing spots out anymore, so I have to go dig out a shovel that's stuck in my garage because my garage won't open, and then dig up my spot tomorrow. And I'm like, this is stupid. Like, this is such a waste. just when I can fucking work from home. Like, just allow us to work from home that day and be fine. But, you know, we gotta get deliveries out. We gotta get deliveries out. I hate it, chat. I hate it so much. Yeah. Because he lives like, I don't know how close he lives to the office, but because he lives close-ish, the attitude is like he has to look and he's going to call it. Oh, I already told my boss. My boss texted me and told me we had the delayed opening. I texted him back, okay, yeah, that's fine. I told him, I go, but my complex is still a mess. I don't know if I'm gonna make it in tomorrow. I'll text you tomorrow morning. And he goes, okay. When I used to live with my brother, they wouldn't, like, it snowed today. They wouldn't plow out our side street until like Monday morning. We were the last side street to get plowed out. So we would have, you know, a 9:30 delayed opening. And I was like, I can't get out of my, I sent him a video the one day of my brother at the end of the driveway stuck in the snow because he has a Dodge Challenger. He has a Challenger. And he got stuck. And I was like, I can't get out. My brother's stuck in the driveway. And it's just a video of his tires spinning. And he's like, okay, I'll see you later. And I was like, because he came home because he used to work at FedEx. So he would work the night shift at FedEx and come home at like 10 o'clock. So he parked behind me because we weren't allowed to have cars on the road because they were going to plow it. So I would come in first and then he would be in second. And he got stuck. And I was like, this is stupid. Like, this is asinine. I hate it. There's no reason for anyone to be open that's not mandatory, like fire, police, hospitals. Like, I get those people having to go in. There's no reason for anybody else to go in. And the best part is, Remy, if they called a state of emergency in my state where they're like, we want all non-essential personnel off the roads, my company has to shut down. We've done it before. But because they didn't say that, they called a state of emergency to get aid to help people faster, but they didn't call it where they wanted cars off the road. They're leaving it up to the towns and to the businesses. So my job was like, we're gonna be open because why not? And it's stupid and it's dumb and I hate it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, chat. I'll definitely see you guys tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for Mass Effect Day 5, where we're hunting for my boy. Chat, we ended the game, he was in front of me. We loaded up the game and he wasn't. So now I have to go find him because he owes me a smooch. Because it's considered food, Remy. Like, that's how asinine it is. When I used to work at A&P, we weren't considered essential, but because we were food, the bosses thought that we were essential because, you know, people are gonna need groceries. The roads are awful. No one's coming in. Like, I work at Dunkin'. Oh, we're essential because we supply coffee and food to like the nurses and the doctors and the police. And I'm like, no, that's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. It's awful. Technically, like, yeah, that's the thing. It's dumb, chat. It's dumb. But with that, stay safe. I hope your power stays on. I hope you guys don't have ice. Stay home, stay warm, stay comfortable. I'll be around on the Discord if anyone needs me. I will 100% see you guys tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern for Mass Effect, like I said. I'll probably be around tomorrow because, again, screw my job, I don't care. So maybe we'll do like an afternoon thing. I don't know. We'll see where the thing is. Maybe I'll hang out the Discord. Right? I'm gonna go hang out with my fuzzy Jigglypuff blanket. Doc got me the Udi that has Jigglypuff on it, and I live in it when it's cold because it's big and it's warm and toasty. So, and I'm gonna go put on Inquisition, and I'm gonna play Inquisition while he goes and does his cosplay stuff. But I love you guys. As always, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. I do hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day tomorrow. Let's go raid somebody. Who are we gonna hang out with, chat? This is a question that I ask you guys all the freaking time. Let's see. Who's doing stuff? We've got Cherry's doing 14. Echo's doing 14. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for putting up with my tech issues. Chat, are we feeling Echo or are we feeling Cherry? Cherry's doing some not P9. My God, M9. And Echo is doing dailies, I believe, with a friend. I went to go watch people are doing, but I'm not subscribed to them anymore, so I get ads. Alright, we're gonna hang out with Cherry. That's fine. We'll go cheer her on for her raid. She's doing M9 stuff. She was working on her Clive alt. Alright. Chat, please copy and paste the raid message. Please go tell Cherry I said hello. Go be the awesome, wonderful, fantastic people that I know you can be and are. And like I said, I will see you guys right back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for Mass Effect. I love it. I'm excited to get back into it. I love you guys. Go drink water. Take care. Till later.